Hello and welcome back, everyone. So, currently in the chat, I have the story so far, or as I'd like to summarize the previous stream in a more creative way than what I had. And as you could see, I have some new scenes to use. Mostly a starting soon and a be right back. I don't have one for ending soon. I need some more time, and I did the two that I do have pretty hastily. The art is not mine, it is by a designer, graphic designer called Snow Willow. You can find her on DeviantArt at snowwillow_64. And I think that would, and the exact URL would probably be along the lines of deviantart.com /snowwillow64. Don't forget there is an underscore or between the last W in Willow and between the 6 in 64. So today Manch is going to get his home, and I need to pull that up on my second monitor just to have reference, because I built what I think his home would look like in journey mode, and I started journey mode world that won't be streamed because I don't think anybody would enjoy that. And so give me a second while I get the picture. That's the old one. I did update the design after posting the design to Reddit, and I got some good feedback from Reddit. Now the only thing is, it's going to require a lot of a material, and that material I don't really have any of. I haven't actually found the biome I get it from as well, and that is marble. So yeah, marble's going to be the tough part to get. Okay, now that I pulled up the photo on my second monitor, I can at least say that I'm going to need a bit more stone depending on where the stone is. Probably. But mostly I need boreal wood, which I have none of, and I'm going to need glass as well as a bit of granite. So let's just check the map quickly to see if I found anywhere. No, that's just ore. Oh yeah, if I'm lucky with finding diamonds, I can make myself a platinum staff or a diamond staff. Oh yeah, there was the sword shrine. I kind of forgot about that. And now I'm unreasonably angry. Okay, the second sword shrine. So, as the name of the stream implies, Manch's home is going to be in the frozen wastes of the snow biome, because I wanted to do something different, and I like all the characters that I'm going to stream Terraria for have different homes. So, probably more along this part of the snow biome. With the NPC housing maybe being over here. Maybe on the other side over here. I made the design slightly flexible, just so that then I didn't have to worry all that much about oh, I need this specific terrain and that'll require a bunch of terraforming, or since the design was made on a large world, I had more snow biome to work with. And more interesting world gen, like the entrance to the snow biome from the center of the world has a giant cliff. So you have to do a leap of faith to get into the snow biome. So, out of everything. Oh god. Let's try our best to not perish before getting to our new home. Nope. The difficulty is I don't have any mobility. Or at least not good mobility. And I can't check what I have in my inventory. I don't get why respawn timers need to be that long. But yeah, the closest thing we have to mobility is the lucky aglet. So we're at a huge disadvantage for a lot of stuff. Also, I don't have the full jungle set. So I'm not that well off for equipment. Really, I just have the bare minimum to survive. Let me quickly take stock of this situation. Okay. 6 stingers, 12 spores. Yeah, if I got more stingers, I could make myself the rest of my armor. Which I'll try and do. It's just difficult to get stingers this early on, since the other factor is I don't have a lot of health to work with. And to anybody who complains about me using a life crystal at the very start, I'm very sorry. I instinctively use life crystals as soon as I find them. And this is something that was meant to be a challenge. And I had to go against a habit that is ingrained into my very being as a Terraria player. Just use the damn thing immediately. But the other focus that I want to get to for this session is I want to try and fight a boss. Now, out of the bosses that are early enough and can be fought, King Slime comes to mind, but that involves the slime ring going to the edge of the world and hoping he spawns. Or I have to make the summoning item, which will require platinum, rubies, and a whole lot of gel. Since I'm not overly in danger, there's my other habit of having the pickaxe on too. Mostly from when I play summoner, melee, or most range characters I play. Really, it's the summoner, since in the time before whips, you had one other weapon, maybe two that you would use. And thus the epic battle between Manch and a hornet ensued. Manch has won. Huzzah. Okay. So that is one stinger out of the 4 that I needed. Wasn't really thinking, just kind of jumped in. Okay. So here's my main thought process. Aha! Now I have one very specific opening that I can use to attack. Welcome to the most boring fight or a character's life you will ever see. And I did some research, mostly on what biome I'd like to have Manch in, and where I'd like to assign the NPCs. Since, out of everything, I wanted NPC housing that fit Manch's theme of modern magic, while also trying to keep a bit of the NPC in mind. Oh. Well, I took out the hornets in a bad way. And I don't have any blocks with me to build out a bridge. So let's do this a bit of a smart way. And just gather up some mud. Thankfully, Manch's suit is surprisingly easy to clean. Okay, so that's 2 of the stingers. The other 2 are down there. Oh. No. I thought jumping would help. Oh. Well, I'm good. Not saying that as a type of brag, just saying that as a reassurance to myself that I am in fact alive. Oh, don't tell me I need more spores. Guide, I need you to help identify where I went wrong. I need more spores. I thought it was 10 for the chest piece. Oh, no. That's going to be a bit difficult to manage. Mostly with getting to a deep enough part of the underground jungle. Okay. So, out of my available accessories to get, so just saying this, the only possible accessory I can get pre-bosses that will help with magic is the magnet that the traveling merchant sells. That's completely RNG dependent, meaning no guarantee I'll be able to get that item or ever see it unless I do a lot of stuff off screen, and even then that's probably going to be in hard mode where I'll have like an underground area set up so that then I can grind up some of the rare stuff that I need for hard mode. Mostly a bunch of platforms in a deep underground area that honestly aren't really that helpful. Well, they are just there to increase spawn rates. Or at least give mobs more spots to spawn from. Okay. Come on. There we are. On fire is kind of my only real way of dealing damage to some enemies. Not as a... My damage options are so poor that I have to inflict them with a debuff. It's more... They don't really have the I don't really have the opportunity to attack. Okay, so... Jungle tip number 1. Don't stop. Stopping leads to enemies spawning. Enemy spawning lead to your death. So... Let's try and get that life crystal. Oh yeah, I also figured out the exact mechanics for regenning magic, and it's based on how full your mana bar is and whether or not you're moving. To those of you who already know, because you play mage characters almost exclusively, I'm sorry, I don't really play mages all that much. This is kind of my first big foray into them. Okay, so that's good. That's a good sign. And just being some nice jungle spores nearby. Oh yeah, I'm being a bit more reserved with my torches since as much as I like to be able to see, and I know I like to allow you guys to see exactly what I'm doing, so that, you know, you can witness my failure, or as soon as it happens without any sort of interference due to poor lighting. Ow. There we go. Okay. Now, go in. Ah, haha, through the one open spot. Okay, so... I'm trying to figure out the best spot. No. So if I do that, it has to be like that. And oh, there. Okay, my range of attack isn't all that great. See, this is where on fire is good to inflict, but I don't really have the ability to reliably inflict it upon my enemies. It's mostly a whatever goes, goes situation. Okay. So. I need to find more spores. The opportunity of finding more is going to be made difficult by the fact that I can't really move around and fight, since I don't have mana regen, besides my standard mana regen. Oh. Hey, that works. Check to see. Okay. So, there's this down here, and yeah, let's do this. Okay. So now, I have a nice little alcove of air And I need to do this a lot more when I mine personally, because I just kind of brute force my way through any water instead of just staying up. Water can't follow, and now I just have all the air I need. Even though, logically speaking, since most of that spot was just packed in dirt and stone, there's very little amounts of air there. And you probably would be experiencing a couple problems due to lack of oxygen. Just because, well, you're digging out the air, but the materials have to go somewhere, so realistically, Manch would probably be gasping for air. And wouldn't really have any options, since the only way left to go is back out. Oh, the water he dove into. So, I really want to reduce the amount of what's going on right now. With the biggest problem in trying to do that being just having no natural path to go. Or lots of enemies. Lots of enemies would be cause for inability to move on through naturally spawned in pathways. Thankfully, with this last bit of spore, as long as it's 2, I don't know if it can be any less than 2. Oh, I haven't really seen, like, the low end. Or at least I never really paid attention. But this should get me enough spores to make the rest of my armor, and yes. There we are. Now you guys can see. And yeah, recall out of there. Manage my items a bit more. And I am trying my best to keep things orderly. Okay, I have the 10 stingers. I have the 16 jungle spores. What am I missing for this? 16, 10, need an anvil. Was I just not close enough to the anvil? Apparently I wasn't. So now, I lose some mana because that only gives me 20, that gives me 40, but now I have the set bonus of 16% reduced mana usage. So that's still 1, that's now 3. Whereas before it was, yeah, 4. So, not a big change. Actually seems like a bit of a downgrade, doesn't it? But I can't really be picky when it comes to what I have, because early, like pre-hard mode, or at least pre-boss, Mage is kind of difficult to power up, since all you have to go off of is getting a bunch of fallen stars, which I now have enough to make my next mana crystal, and still keep 1. So yeah, I'm almost at 200, and 80 of that is coming from my armor. So I'm actually at 100 mana, so I'm halfway there to max. So, I wish I had discovered a marble biome, because then I could just go there, deal with the hoplites and the Medusa, and get myself some better equipment. Oh, hey, it's raining. Yay. Oh, and I do need to just pick up more day bloom and such. I have a bad habit of neglecting plant stuff and getting potion materials, which I really shouldn't do. And I think it's mostly because I know once I have enough seeds, then I technically don't need to worry about collecting the plants, and it's just this whole thing of, well, I have one seed, so now I can grow all that I ever need. Oh yeah, I could make a mad dash for Vilethorn, Band of Star Power. You know, some of the nice loot that I can get from Shadow Orbs. I should have kept moving. But I didn't, because I thought, low health, get out of there. My other bad habit. Not being used to this low of life, I'm very gung-ho about getting through an area. And I just need to make a couple more torches. And you know what? We have this underground area. And there's some more that I could explore, sort of. This is the difficult part. I actually do have to mine to get anywhere. And I don't have any mining potions. Now, if I have a bunch of clay, I could make a makeshift farm. Which, you know what? I have a bunch of wood as well. Let's just quickly make a giant farm for, where are they? Oh yeah, they're in here. So, yeah, 5, 5, 5, 5. Double down for that. That way, then, I can at least get some potion materials going. It won't be the best, but it'll be something. Where? Is it in here? Yeah, it's in here. Oh, I won't be able to make a lot. I'm able to make 5. I did not think this through. Well. Oh, you need to be following the lead of the others. Okay, so I can at least get Blinkroot, Daybloom, Moonglow, Shiverthorn, and Waterleaf. Because Fire Blossom, I don't really need at this point. Not as a, oh, I just don't need it. It's more the potions I make with it, I don't really have a use for. Because off the top of my head, Obsidian Skin, and I don't really remember anything else. So, guide. Quickly. Okay, Obsidian Skin, Gravitation Potion would be nice, but I need feathers for that. Inferno Potion, I need Flarefin Koi, and Obsidian Fish, so I don't have that. A Teleportation Potion requires a Chaos Fish, don't have that. Is that just another way to grow the plant? If so, awesome. If not, then okay, it's a nice decoration. Which would be a great thing to have for my summoner character that I'm going to play. Not sure when. Oh yeah, we had the suspicious looking eye. Forgot about that. And, Yeah. So, Night Owl, 2 mining potions, and a whole lot of the underground to cover. Could anything be better for a starting character? Depends on your outlook on whether or not the starting character is any good. Especially when purposely adding a challenge. Not even sure what I was trying to do with using the pickaxe. Okay, there's this bit right here which I have to see what's going on. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, kind of wish I had done this sooner, depending on what loot's in here. Okay, just some... Oh. Well. Yeah, no. Take that over the guide. Okay, so what else do I have? Not a lot. And that's just a small side path. I'm really not used to playing on anything smaller than a large world. So I find it odd how close the jungle is to the center. So I'm going to save my potions until for when we get deeper down into the underground. So, I have to ask, anybody keeping count of deaths? Because I would love to know how many times I have failed to keep Manch alive. Worm. Where are you coming from? I wish... Oh. I wish torches had better placement range. I don't like worms. They seem to give me trouble when it comes to non-summoners. And I could attribute that to the fact that whips are kind of broken against multi-segmented enemies. And by kind of broken, I mean horribly, horribly broken. But in a good way. Yeah, I could head down this way. Reclaim a bit of the materials I used in my early survival. Nightmare over. Got it taken care of. So, what exactly is down in the water? Nothing of importance. Okay. That was possibly the worst fight with a bat I've ever done. Okay. To anybody I give a fright to for just jumping down without any real thought, I'm very sorry. But once I get the golden horseshoe, I just kind of go. And I'm really interested in why the developers decided, yeah, let's just have the golden horseshoe and regular ground-based chests, because before they were just a scaling one. And if I do get some gravitation potions, that means Manch gets to fly, or has a good chance of getting an item that would allow him to fly. Since, yay, fledgling wings. An amazing item that, honestly, early game, I'm starting to feel like I can't live without. Especially with how some things have gone. So let's just use our potions and get some money. Especially since we found an extra mining potion along the way. Not sure if that was in the above ground chest or if that came out of the pot. Don't really keep track of things. I've already said it. Wisdom would probably be my highest stat IRL, but I am oblivious to the change of many things around me. Loads of iron. So that's really nice. Oh, this is proving to be a fruitful venture. I almost said fruitless. But no, there is plenty of fruit. There is much fruit to go around. Well, hey, Spelunker's potion. Oh. They figured out how to use platforms. Wow. This is an interesting situation. I mean, the loads of bats isn't really much. But the amount of life crystals so close together is just something else. Okay. But yeah, there's that chest. And it's not a trap. Huh. Okay. That there. Did I find this before? Is that normal for chests to not have that much loot? I wouldn't be surprised, but yes, an armored band regen. I could stand to lose the aglet. The critical strike chance is nice. The movement speed is also nice. But now we have extra regen and more defense. More defense is nice. We have a flare gun, which I impose the same rule as tools for the sake of, well, if I shoot a flare into the darkness, not realizing that there was an enemy in the darkness, I did not intend to hit them with a ranged weapon. I intended to light up my way. Therefore, accidental damage clause, which so far is the greatest excuse for, oops, I accidentally attacked the enemy with this amazing non-magic weapon I have. How careless. But I try and stick by to my rulings, since I don't want to cheat. I genuinely want to have fun with this. And I mean, mages get ridiculously powerful. So if it was a case of Daedalus Stormbow out of hollowed mimics, well, I would be tempted to use it, because that is genuinely something I did for a summoner run. Okay, so need to use some rope. Good bit of rope. Lots more doesn't seem like there's much the way I was headed, so let's just dig out some of this platinum. Platinum's always nice to have, since you need it to make the King Slime summoning token. As I mentioned, you need the platinum and rubies for it, just for the crown. And oh, hey, a fairy. Now, I'm not too sure how to find certain things. So fairies are a nice addition. Oh yeah, that is definitely a safe chest, right? Nothing could possibly go wrong. I went silent, out of fear, and the expectation I would be dead. Surprisingly, nothing overly bad has happened. I present to you the life of Manch, constantly nearly being killed by the idiot controlling them. Okay, so let's just remove that torch. Figure something out, because I have a lot of stuff that I don't really need. Mushroom grass I would like to keep. Vine rope don't really need. Away slime. Oh yeah, no, I have babies to deal with. I don't like dealing with slimes and water. See, for a non-challenge run of Terraria, I'd have at least the one extra space from using up these life crystals. That's not the case. Day bloom, since I don't really see any point, and wow, that fairy was so helpful. I mean, I didn't even see that chest I was rooting through as it showed it to me. Truly, there is no greater guide than that fairy was. And no one could ever hope to accomplish the same amount of help anyway than what that fairy was able to do for me. I mean, any extra life crystals to find, who needs them? Any other chests? Also, who needs them? Okay. Worm, come on. Oh, he went for it. Where are you coming from? There we go. Boulder disarm. Path opened up slightly. Oh yeah, platforms. They're nice. And decently helpful. Especially when you're trying your best not to get the character you've been entrusted with killed. once I clear out enough piranhas, I can see roughly what is down there. And I'm being very sparing with my mana usage, since the closer it is to full, faster mana regen, yada yada, optimal stuff and all that. I mean, there's the argument of whether or not it's worth it to use mana potions or just try and rely on regen. Since the potions give you the mana sickness debuff, so less damage for a bit. I feel like sorry, I felt the sneeze. I couldn't stop the sneeze. So just kind of had to give up all forms of resistance. I am getting more use to the pickaxe being on a different slot than I would normally have it. Okay. And yeah, this is where accidental damage would happen the most. When I'm swinging my pickaxe to deal with webs, other such inhibitors. Okay, what can I reasonably give up? I don't like giving up blocks, since I could always find a use for them. No, I can give up pressure plates, because then I can use dart traps to seed traps. Explosives I think I can make. Teleportation potions I would like to use. Flare gun, I already have one, but I'd like to keep it since it sells for more than a lot I could. Chest I would like to keep, but I don't desperately need to. Another horseshoe. Well, hey, at least it has a modifier. Gravitation potion, night owl. And yeah, keeping the gold chest, and even if you can make those, I generally don't like to use them. Or, I generally like to keep them for hard mode. Yeah, there's the accidental damage. I was going to try and do stuff with this, or, with... Sorry, completely forgot what I was saying and instead focused on mining, because apparently mining took up more brain power than forming words. But I wanted to get cobwebs, since beds, making changeable spawn points that I could use in many different situations, helps a bit more. And yes, diamond. Oh, I've never been happier to see a compressed carbon before. Glow sticks, bugger off. You are useful to me, but not enough to keep around. This is why I need adequate lighting. Otherwise, a bat hides there are the best things since sliced bread and decide to attack a fancy mage in a pinstripe coat. Suit. Coat suit. It's the newest fashion craze, coat suit. Oh, I have the pig. I could fill up the pig and continue my looting spree. Quick stack, sword. Biggest things first. Potions will stay on my person. Stuff I don't really find in the underground can go. Stuff that doesn't stack can go. Oh, what else? Yeah, those. anything... the net can be in there, since I'm probably not going to be in a situation where I'd have to use the net. And then I'll just fill the pig as needed. Since no sense in filling it all the way up and end up with a, well, where are my bombs? So that then I could blow open this spot or mine this ore prematurely, or, you know, the more likely thing to happen. Where's all the ore that I gathered, so that then I can see how much I have yet to gather. Whoop! I heard the lava turning to obsidian. If I had more water, I'd be happy. Because then obsidian skulls, some obsidian blocks, which I was honestly going to use for the build, but then turns out granite looks more magical. All recall potions are rendered redundant. I wanted that so much. I would have sacrificed my firstborn child for it. Probably not, in all honesty. Yeah, I'm not that much of a narcissistic monster. And the nymph. Things are turning up Manch. I wish I had an auto cast magic weapon. And one of the more important areas that I'm going to have to explore is the underground desert, since that can give me 2 staves with the fossils. And since I don't have to Reaver Shark cheese the fossils, might as well quaff the hunter potion. Well, there goes the extremely useful light I was getting. So let's just quickly place down the pig so that then I can get an extra bit of inventory space. Because I don't need the metal detector on me. I don't need the suspicious looking eye. And I figured out, turns out, waiting for day, not a bad idea when a boss decides to randomly spawn. That didn't happen for Manch's stuff while off screen. More appropriately, it happened during my journey mode stuff, where I have both a goblin invasion happen, and the Eye of Cthulhu decided that he needed to pay me a visit. So, the funny thing, after that first goblin invasion, in which I did spend the entire night and the following day underground, another goblin invasion right after the first goblin invasion. I'm not sure if it has something to do with staying underground so long that another one just immediately spawned because of a backlog thing, which I wouldn't be surprised if that is genuinely what happened. But for that character, it was sort of difficult, but I was lucky enough to make myself a Flink's fur coat. And for my journey mode character, they're a summoner, because I like playing class-specific characters from the get-go. And Summoner is my all-time favorite class to play. Hence why, in the entirety of my character Terraria series, I will be playing Summoner a total of twice. With my first go into Master Mode being the second time. And I hope that it is enjoyable to watch me struggle through Master Mode, because that's going to have only a few challenge rules applied. Namely, for Master Mode, I am going to go into it with no prior experience to Master Mode. The closest thing I'll get is my knowledge of Expert Mode, since bosses don't really change from Expert Mode to Master. And of course, I'm going to go after all relics, meaning fighting all bosses, and I'm going after their trophies as well, because why not? Why not turn up the difficulty in having to fight the bosses multiple times just to get an arbitrary bit of loot that doesn't show anything besides, hey, you got the 10% drop. This is where players help. And thankfully, minecart tracks are really useful. Since, well, I can travel along them at greater speeds. If an enemy gets in my way, I can just run them down. Accidental damage claw is included. Because, hey, even if I did intend to kill an enemy using just the momentum of the minecart, can't really track the damage type that a minecart does, can you? Especially since there's no way of augmenting it. Okay. Enemies. Do you have to be as annoying as you are right now? So I need to open up an inventory spot for silver. And I did pick the pig back up. I'm not worrying about silt blocks since I need an extractinator. Therefore, I either need to get lucky and find one in the jungle, or I have to get lucky and not die in the desert. You know, two easy things to do, right? Okay. So, some amethyst there. Yep. I knew there had to be a boulder waiting somewhere. I haven't had that much trouble with boulders, in all honesty, since, I generally have awareness of traps. If I could get the mechanical lens right now, that could save my life many times over. So, another potion. Down we go. I think that's diamond over to the right in that little cave area. Fitbit going off because normally I wake up at 7 on an average day. But I have to wake up at 5 in the morning to get you guys the 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. streams. So I'm thinking of adjusting my schedule to line up more with that time, like, maybe I do more of a 7:30 kind of stream. And yay, not diamond. I just want enough to be able to make some more amazing stuff. Toss the arrows in even... I'll find more and then I have to deal with that. So recall potion. And a full stack of them goes in here because I can't carry anymore. Copper chandelier because I don't really think I'd find that. Painting. And highlight the pig so that then I can find it easily. Oh. I had no faith in jumping over that tiny pit of lava. Actually, let's head over this way. I wish... So, here's the thing about teleportation potions. I know they can teleport you anywhere, literally anywhere. And that could lead to some interesting adventures. Or hijinks. And I believe... Yeah, we haven't used a teleportation potion in this world yet. Ooh, heart reach. That's really nice. I assume that we got that from the pot since we're relatively close to the underworld. And generally the pots in the underworld are better than pots above the underworld. And I mean, that makes sense. The underworld's a horrid place to be in, and the enemies are difficult. Oh, there's no AC. And generally, you're just kind of poked and prodded all day, if you're existing. But I'm always worried about using teleportation potions pre-Skeletron, since I am worried that it's going to teleport me into the dungeon. And I'm not sure if that was something that was patched out at one point, and as such I have nothing to fear. There's no reason to not just down 5 teleportation potions and just say YOLO. I guess my thing is just the Dungeon Guardian scares the hell out of me. And for my eventual re-attempt at a melee character, I'm going to do an all-pet run. Whoa. No. No. I will not succumb to fiery death. Okay. Oh, I'm already tense around being lava. I mean, thankfully it brightens up everything. So you guys get better lighting. And in watching back a couple of the streams, yeah, Terraria stuff is definitely darker than it looks for me. And I'm not sure if that's a case of, like, monitor brightness being amazing or some other factors. But I'm not really sure how to make it any better inside of OBS. So I'll try and keep things as brightly lit as possible. Sadly, Manch's house is going to be, from my experience, it's good during the day. At night, it has a nice magical and mysterious glow that, with a slight change of things, could look very villainous. need the pig. Where is... There's the pig. Okay. Statue. Honestly... probably not going to find a gravitation potion or heart reach anytime soon. Other statue. Let's see what else. Wood. Grenades. Yeah. Yeah, I am not falling to my death into lava. Unless I have an obsidian skin potion, then my death will be the cause of something else. And I always forget that obsidian skin potions stop you from taking damage to fire blocks. So, that's a little thing. You know what? I think we've expended a lot of our time in the underground. So, let's head back to base, see how our plants are doing. Quickly sort everything away. Including the mining potion. Flare gun, I want to keep on me as a way of an exploration tool, dynamite, and explosives in general. Okay. That chest, you have that in there. The ore that I used all of. Mushroom seed, so I could start an artificial mushroom biome if I wanted, which wouldn't be that bad since I get blue mushrooms and those can be very useful. Teleportation potions. Need to empty the pig. So, quick stack, pull out absolutely everything. So, don't need that extra flare gun. Don't need these recall potions. Can store a lot of stuff. Those potions can go in there. I should use the gravitation potions before the teleportation, just so that then I could get a sky island. Oops. I need that bottle for making potions. I don't need 2 enchanted swords, but I want to keep them both anyway. Just to say, hey, I got 2 enchanted swords. They were being annoying. Okay. Let's just move all our accessories over to the chest where I was putting all the stuff for the PDA. Since that would free up some space, and I mean, once I have accessories on my person, I'll maybe look over them to consider stuff. Like, oh, is this one better than this one, which is better than something I'm wearing? Like, for our watch, if I had something with warding that just outdid the watch, like I could equip the armored or the arcane guide of plant fibers over the watch. I just like being able to see the time is the thing. So either way, I'm stuck with the watch. So that. Whoops. Damn it. There we go. Had to hold down at the same time. Okay, bug net on my person. Kind of willy-nilly moving stuff around in my inventory. All that is good. One more quick sword. Whoop. Well, that was useful. Welcome to hell. Yes! Oh, this was what I was hoping for. Genuinely, this is exactly what I was hoping for. Or, I needed a granite biome because that's one of the blocks. I mean, it's mostly for... It's a minor block in Manch's house build. Where is this exactly? That close? Oh, if a granite elemental had spawned, I would have found this immediately and not had to use up a potion. Okay. That being said, if a granite elemental does spawn, I'm going to have a fun time. Okay. So, let's explore our granite biome a bit. Not too big. Not too big at all. So, let's just dig out this bit of the wall and then blow it up. That's why I wanted to keep the explosives on me. There we are. Away from me, bat. We don't want to be that close to an explosive. Now, if that last teleportation potion puts me in a marble biome, I am just set. I am set to build Manch's house. Since that is the block that takes up the most materials. Second being maybe boreal wood, but I plan on building Manch's house in the snow biome, so that's kind of rendered a non-issue. A nice little camp area, so... Nope. Okay. Now, I really wish that this was a big enough granite biome to have a granite house spawn. Because then I could have gotten the chest that spawned with it. And that would have led maybe towards having a night vision helmet. And then all I would need is the mining helmet. And I would have gotten the combination helmet for both of them. But hey, mushroom biome's pretty good. And another horseshoe. Well, at least I'm getting lucky with horseshoes. I mean, with how many horseshoes I have, I can't possibly fail. Okay, teleportation potion. Welcome to the underworld again. I saw that you liked your first trek here. Or so, we thought you'd like another trip. If I had a shadow key, yes. Oh, wow. That put me far. Okay, sort stuff away. Shopkeep. There's my useless stuff that I don't use. More stuff to sort. That away. Chest. Then I have the statue. And I have a lot of stone. One of the biggest things I need to make is the heavy workbench for some blocks. And I'm not not sure if I can make it. I didn't know you could make a diamond toilet. That kind of seems like a waste of material. And a way of calling out, hey, I have enough materials to make this without caring. I probably need... Yeah, I need more stuff to go off of. So, firstly, lots of smooth granite. About that much to do. Let's see. There's the heavy worker bench. I also need a glass kiln, since I need to make some glass blocks. Oh yeah, glass kiln can replace a furnace. So if you're kind of tight for space, there's your answer. So let's move over here, make some stone slabs. About that much to do. Then I'll turn the rest into regular brick. And yeah, I just need a ton of marble. An absolute ton of it. And I do mean an absolute ton. The only other thing I could need is glass, because the build uses gem spark blocks to add some nice magical lights. And a few other useful bits and bobs. Mostly windows. Windows are nice. And Manch has a modern home. So, windows are the biggest part of the home. Now, where is the sawmill? There it is. If I already had a sawmill, I'm gonna be sad with myself. Okay, that there. Now, from the looks of it, I use 10 granite lanterns. So 10 granite lanterns. I don't have enough books for the bookshelf. I have a granite dresser, boreal bed, glass, boreal, glass. Okay, so not as much glass as I thought, but still a decent chunk. And I use dynasty wood walls. So I'm gonna need the traveling merchant for that. Right now, load up the pig with the building blocks that I do have. I need to go to the desert, whichever one's safest. That requires me a long trek through the jungle to then end up in the desert oasis, and that's where I'm going to be building my desert area. So jungle, desert, because yeah, that desert over there, really don't want people near that. So I'm going to use ocean and snow to bridge this side. For purity, I had no real thought about where to have that, since Manch's home is going to be in the snow. I could have it on the right side of the world, but I don't think that would work. Yeah, so ocean, snow, jungle, desert, and then I guess purity can be in the center. I'm going to do the same thing I did with the base world stream, where the cavern is right above the underworld. And for mushroom, I'm going to have it in the sky somewhere. Or Or since mushroom biomes don't seem to be able to be corrupted or crimsoned, I could have the mushroom biome be over here, or is essentially a stopper. So, looks like I'm going over to the dungeon to dig it out a bit. I need to put the day bloom away. I need to explore the underground desert, because in a desert chest, I have the chance of getting a staff that I believe could be as damaging or more damaging than my sapphire one. Definitely not as good as a diamond or ruby staff, but it would be helpful, and I wouldn't have to work as hard to get it, since it is just from a chest. Now I just need to run. Well, that's none too great. Well, already fell down that far, might as well. I'll continue to try and climb my way up out of another hole, and that gets me away from the eater, so I'm now a bit more open to movement. Not power. That was a sigh of somebody who really does not like the worm enemies. Heal up, and then jump for your life. Get out of the corruption. Just block it. Thank you for your minute amount of pierce. So now hopefully that should mean that the devourer is going to leave me alone. I don't count on it. I mean, right now the sound has disappeared. But is this where the third sword shrine is? Kind of feels like it. I really hope it isn't. Wait, why am I digging this up? I have bombs. Oop. Maybe it's just a bit of an alternate path. From the looks of it, no, not a sword shrine, just a bit of a weird terrain generation. Not super weird, but still weird. I kind of wish the special trees changed slightly, and I forgot to grab the glass kiln. Oh, it's going to be a pain to move in between. I was working off of the assumption that, well, I won't have to worry too much since I'll have pylons set up, but I realized I was thinking too far ahead into the future. And I don't have any of my supplies to build up a bed to make this place my new spawn point. Well, this just turned into an interesting dilemma. I can at least measure out some stuff, place down the markers of where to start building, and then go from there. So, get the pig. Quick stack, and grab the stone slabs. I would like to explore the underground ice biome, if there was an easy path to it. Yeah, my aim's not the greatest, but at least I am hitting some of the times. So, let's start with the rightmost part of it. So that appears to be... Well, you got 4 there, so I think maybe I start how far left I want to. Roughly go. I think right about here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Main first support structure, so then I go and measure out. Yep. 5 blocks to the right. So right down there, so 1 more. Okay. It wasn't that much damage, but still. Why am I being overwhelmed? Go away, slimes. I know you were probably here first, but I am currently in the process of colonizing this place. So that's 2. So I could go to the right 1 more and then head to the left and have this be more of the center, but I don't like how that is. So instead, let's go with 5 over, 1, 2, 5, along there. So then it is... So, wherever the center is, that's generally going to be where the entrance is. I might actually have to mess with the design a tiny bit. Just because I built the design primarily on a flat bit of land. So, I'm just trying to really just work out what I'd be able to get away with. So for right now, there's the basic area laid out. And I can't really do much more than that. So let's just grab these acorns. And well, here, let's grab some fallen stars and just replant some trees. Yeah, going to need a decent amount of wood. If I had gone with a slightly different vanity setup for Manch, his house would probably be a lot different. Probably wouldn't even be in the snow biome. Like, for my summoner, that's in the jungle. And it's going to be such a pain to build anything for them. And just because of how I planned out their story. Mostly for their origin. Just keep firing and eventually the line will break. And I'm trying to do a bit more with this since I feel bad for not showcasing more with the base world. Like, for instance, any of my building moments that I did off stream, I think some people would have enjoyed seeing some of that. Others probably wouldn't. But there's also... Actually, there's not really much that I can think of that I forgot to show. So let's take out our explosives. And... Yep. This will also help free up the entrance of the dungeon. And I'd like for the dungeon entrance to be freed up. That way I don't have to build an annoying exit way. And interestingly enough, my Journey Mode world spawned with the dungeon almost the exact same way, buried in a desert. Which would be an interesting way of incorporating the dungeon into NPC area. Just because, well, you could have it be that, for the desert at least, you could have the arms dealer set up in a sort of tent right outside the dungeon, and or like a proper, he set up his shop outside the dungeon to sell adventurers ammo and weapons before they inevitably got themselves almost killed because they didn't stop the curse. This should be enough, but I do want to clear out that bit. Get that a bit better. And I'll return here to shape what I can. Okay, so Moonglow, it was ready and harvested nicely. Let's find out where I put the sand. Okay, so I need to make a bunch of glass. Or at least about that much. Some of it will be used for building, other bits will be used for furniture. Mostly the glass table. Let's see. 4 glass doors. Most of it would be walls to use. Need to stretch a bit. Gem spark blocks, but I'll worry about that once I've gotten most of the build squared away. And a chandelier. Okay, so if I do any exploring, which I'll need to do, the pig's not going to be as useful as it normally would. And I am running out of space to store things, so I think I'm going to move some of the wood over. At least the wood that I can move. Oh, how many books do I need for a bookshelf? Specifically the granite one. 10. I could go for a mad dash into the dungeon to try and get more, but I don't think that would go well. Mostly because Dungeon Guardian. It would see my face, I would then lose my face, and then Manch wouldn't have a face anymore. And that's one of his only redeeming qualities. He has a decent face. I mean, he is also trying to be better to the NPCs, even though they're basically in prison. But I see it as, didn't have time to set up proper houses, and carpentry is a difficult job for a wizard. I mean, have you seen a wizard try and perform carpentry tasks? At least without magic? It's not good. It's not a pretty picture. I mean, the ones that can, and just before learning magic, that's kind of what they did. Another mana crystal. And yay, 200 mana. And yeah, I'm descending into the underground so close to day. Mostly out of a sense for survival, but also I really need to just find a marble biome. And I didn't take potions because bit of an idiot. I can try and use my staff to light up the way a bit. Mostly, I just need to find some sign that there is a marble biome. Grab the dye stuff, since why not? Let's try heading over to the right. Actually, since it's day, let's head back to the base. Chuck all the stuff in a chest again, sell my arrows, since I don't use those. And where's our nice gravitation potion? So, if I had a clear sign that there was anything at all I could get from a sky island and have it be good or accurate, I would use it more in line with there. But instead, just going for it. Quickly up. And some sky islands can be high up into the air. So I have no clue exactly where the best spot is. I know it can't be too close to the ground. Well, success. I'm not going to really register the loot, just going to loot, run, and go from there. Loot, run. Since I don't want to deal with harpies. And just saying this, one of my ideas for how to handle Manch's house was to make it on a sky island and have it be interconnected with other sky islands and have that be like his story progression to learn how to magically float houses or bits of earth. Just so that then he could keep villagers safe from the corruption. And I see that as 100% something a mage would do as an answer. Oh, it spreads across the land and can't really make a jump into the air, so let's just move everything into the sky. On magical floating islands, of course. That's probably going to be the only sky island I find. And if so, I really wish it wasn't. I mean, it doesn't help that harpies get in the way. It could also be that I'm not going high enough. it closer to the ground, just to not really have to deal with them. If I had an I probably did have an invisibility potion. Okay. Second, and going to be the last Sky Island, because, yeah, I don't have enough of a potion to really get away. Okay, no wings, but hey, I got balloons. That's good enough, right? Especially when you consider I totally have an accessory I could combine with that later. Well, hey, the water leaf is currently growing. Alright, it's currently blooming, so I can at least get seeds back from that. And replant the day bloom. Toss both of those back in there. Only thing I'm missing is glass bottles. So let's just make a bunch more glass, turn them all into glass bottles. And the only problem, a nice easy source of water like a river. Yeah, that's in the ice. Past the dungeon. In the jungle. Wait, past the jungle in the oasis. Or underground. This is why I don't really like playing medium worlds. Or small worlds, for that matter. I like the world generation of large worlds. They take longer to do stuff in. But at the same time, you have much more room to find things. And often the generation seems to be my favorite for that. Like, lots of caverns leading to other caverns, and it's this amazing exploration and that you get out of it. Because, well, you're going from cavern to cavern, and I'm lazy. And I want to get rid of those bottles. There. Okay, sort the inventory a couple times, and then head out. I should get a elevator going at some point, but that's going to be difficult without some better mining tools. Mostly, a molten pickaxe. But I won't be able to make a molten pickaxe until I either get the demonite pickaxe, or if it's still an option because pickaxe power wasn't messed with, a certain shark from the ocean. And Manch is going to have to do some fishing because hard mode has the crystal serpent. And I could see that Manch would really love to have that. Because I didn't think about the types of magic weapons. Like, there's the magical guns, and I don't think Manch would really use those. But then again, Manch is a more modern mage, so maybe he would use them as a, well, stabs are nice, but they're old-fashioned. They have no fanciness to them, aside from the really fancy ones. And I heard my dog right outside my door a bit ago, so I probably need to let her in. And so, this seems like as safe a spot as any, so I'll be right back. Hope you enjoy the small break. Actually, I'm gonna quickly let my dog in, and I'm going to go downstairs to get some more of my drink. Throat's starting to get parched, so yeah, be back in a couple of minutes. And I am back. Oh man. Definitely needed to get up and move around for a bit. So, just to ask you guys, how would you feel about me adjusting my schedule time? This is technically the first time I'm going to have both streams for the same time, which is the 6 to 10, and I could definitely adjust to keep that schedule. Well, I'm mostly asking, like, what's best for you guys? Because if it comes down to it, I could try and shift it as a, like, 5 to 10 and make my streams 5 hours long, but I'm not sure how much I'd be able to do in that time. Not as a find something to do that's entertaining. Well, actually, yeah, to find something to do that's entertaining. But, like, for my Monster Hunter streams, I have clear goals in mind. Get through the story quests that are hinted at in the title. If the title doesn't really hint at much, then just do as much as I can, because I can't possibly fit all the story quests that I'm going to do, and I realize that's really a bad way of handling this, since, well, if I get through the story quest that I plan for in the amount of time that it takes for just one tough hunt, then, well, what do I do for the rest of the time? I accomplished the main goal. So I have to then fill time. And filling time is not easy when you're not really sure what to do, and you don't really want to do more story stuff because, well, you aren't really sure how many people really just came for that first bit of story, and after seeing that you had accomplished stuff, just leave. So it's like, do I go as advertised, or do I just work until I accomplish the goals I set out? Or, third option, being instead of going off of main goals, I just continue to play as a... I have the title set up for these goals, but hey, I got through that really fast. So, here's the next bit of lineup. Like, in the Terraria case, I could have it be I fight X number of bosses a stream, and then the rest of the stream is devoted to exploration or setup for the next few bosses. But I don't think that would be enjoyable, since you're just watching me doing a bunch of mining, digging, small amounts of building, and a lot of dying. It's just, what exactly do I do? Oh, and I realized that out of the bosses to start with, although King Slime is probably the easiest with the lowest amount of health, I do realize that Eater of Worlds might be easiest, if I get a good piercing weapon. That is the big thing. Eater World is horribly, horribly easy to defeat if you have the right equipment. Unlike Brain of Cthulhu, which you have to deal with all the creepers, or I don't remember what the eye things that fight with Brain of Cthulhu are called. Peepers? Something to do with eyes and watching you. Well, we found a spider biome, so when hard mode happens, I can at least safely find a poison staff. And, hey, I don't have to worry about cobwebs for a while. Seeing as, this will definitely handle more than this will definitely be more than enough and handle any sort of need I should have for cobwebs, at least for now. And hey, I might find the stylist. I don't know if you need a house before she'll spawn. Kind of wish I had the radar to tell me if any of the wall creepers spawn. And yeah, I'm clearing out as many cobwebs as possible because, hey, that makes silk. Silk makes beds. And beds are movable spawn points. And I mean, this would be better if I didn't have jungle R. Oh no. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. But it just rushed at me. I was not prepared for that. Well. Let's take that flare gun out, move that in there. Sell the other flare gun because I don't need it. That taken care of, and see what else I could get that could be helpful. Well, there's the mining helmet, but my armor kind of has priority. Let's see. Yeah, the 2 gold I destroyed early on has definitely paid back for my outfit. I mean, it depends. Since I destroyed 2 gold early on to pay for it, and it's hard to quantify the price of vanities you make, because you could sell them to an NPC, but because of happiness, you get different prices. And just in general, NPCs seem to want to buy and sell at different prices than other NPCs. So then it comes down to, did I toss away enough gold to have it count? All because arbitrarily this NPC says, yeah, a silver is what that's worth, whereas another says, no, less than a silver. Yeah, I feel like I should toss away 1 more gold just to be safe, because then it feels a bit more like, well, I basically paid for the materials. I basically paid for the entire outfit at that point. Like, 1 for the head because that's how much the familiar wig is worth, or how much it buys for. But as for the laser blazer and pinstripe pants. Different story, because you make those, you don't have a quantity of gold, silver, and such that really applies. Oh yeah, that is damaging. I think I'm going to be safer to just wall myself in and just safely skirt on by essentially not fighting. But I'm not a coward. I'm just tactically thinking about my options. Fight and possibly die, or not fight and live. Besides, gives me a chance to take a bit of a drink, sense safety. And I can at least do that. I ran out of torches. Well. Okay. So. I'm not really sure how far I can get with this. I mean, from the looks of it, pretty far. Yeah, I think I'm safe here. Yay, a web slinger. Not going to use it, because even though it's probably a better hook than the one I have, since it's a multi-hook, I don't like the web slinger at all. It is a pain to use for certain things, just because, well, one of my strategies for getting up a elevator fast is to just use the hook and mash E to climb it. Let's see, how am I doing on torches? Only the one. Well, thankfully I have flares. See, the webhook wouldn't have helped there. I tried and figured it out, just from muscle memory and where my hand is placed, what key I could press to pull out my pickaxe, and instead of trying my best, oh yeah, I realized that the gem trees probably don't grow above level 0, so me placing down those topaz gem trees, not worth it. Probably. More gravitation potions are nice. Let's just do that for an easy way down. And yes, I'm putting explosives on my hotbar because I am a genius. Yeah, no, keep the flare gun on my hotbar. That way then I can see exactly how many flares I have left before I have to call this mining venture off. Thankfully, flares don't go out in water. You are in a poor situation, skeleton. Okay, torches. Not too many, but enough. Enough to help. Well, continuing to dig straight down is probably my best bet, since it's a convoluted path that I'm making, but it will allow me to explore the underground area a bit easier. And who knows? I could find a mining cart track and be pretty lucky with what I find. Come on. I can't hit you there. I can hit you there, though. Again, can't hit you there. Thank you for being in a place where I could hit you. Bats don't really want to deal with you. So instead, I'll block you in and just ignore you. And I feel like I have another sneeze. And my dog wants to be let out now. Okay, give me a moment. Safety. And be right back. Okay, I'm back. Not too important of a thing over there. Continuing to mine down. I'm not even sure what I want to find besides the marble biome. It's one of those cases where is anything really that useful? That at least that I can get underground. I mean, obviously, getting some more diamonds to make the diamond staff would be nice. Because I believe with the diamond and ruby staffs, they have piercing in some capacity. Either a decent amount of piercing, or a small amount. Well, that works. And I mean, the Wand of Sparking does have some small amount of pierce. It's just, it's not viable in any way, except at the very start of your journey. I mean, right now, Manch is essentially a soft, squishy mage with some... Okay, it can be pre-boss armor, but still, all pretty okay armor. And weapon, and just two options for attacking. Come on. I mean, I can rapid fire the Wand of Sparking, since, well, hey, no knockback, it has some pierce, and only costs 1. So it's kind of the ideal weapon to use in case I'm starting to run low on magic. Except, the amount of times I have to cast it before dealing the same amount of damage as the Sapphire Staff is either about 10-ish, or 1. And that's all dependent on crit. Because if I crit with the Wand of Sparking, then I do double the damage and just a bit less than a crit for the Sapphire Staff. Another thing that would be a great upgrade would be the Amber Staff. But that requires an Extractinator and the Desert Fossils. Meaning going to the desert, mining up said desert fossils, and not succumbing to the dangerous mobs of the desert. Come on. I guess the other factor I have to consider is an enemy's defense. Like, actually the Wand of Sparking and the Sapphire Staff are pretty close to each other. And the only downside, the Wand of Sparking can't set things on fire if they're underwater. So let's just do that. Yeah. Some more rubies, which I have ways of getting gold. So, they're not useless. They're just not what I want, since I don't have the gold immediately on me, or even as an option. At least for right now. So, I mean, main ways of getting gold. Okay, well, merchant's here. Yeah, relatively full up. Might as well. Okay. Chuck away everything that I don't need. Recall potions are forfeit. Let's see, any other stuff that I could sell. That. Okay, I need to manage some things. I'm going to toss a web slinger there. That. Squirrels, owls. That stays on me. Don't need that much. I'm just going to keep that rope in there. Stone goes in there. Is there anything that I could sell that I don't desperately need? I want to keep all the equipment that I have, since I want to have a nice little progression thing. Like a little room that was my progression throughout the series. No real other place for sand. I can sell the pressure plates since I can buy other pressure plates. Oh, that's an accessory. Yeah, I can toss that in here. So yeah, I have some stuff sorted. Come back here, traveling merchant. You may have something I want. Exotic chew toy as the expensive item. Okay. Star hairpin, leopard skin. Portable cement mixer, I'll grab. Dynasty wood, yes. Grab a load of that. I don't have the 1 platinum for that. Don't really care. Yeah. Portable cement mixer, I'm grabbing just because I want to make the Architect's Gizmo pack. It helps so much in building that it would be a fool to not make it. I can toss all of that in there since I just need space. Stretch and look over my materials. Let's grab one of each of those. I believe that the emerald is probably on par with the sapphire, actually a bit better, but that requires tungsten, which I don't have in this world. Diamond, I just need 8 diamonds. I am too short. And with that, I need gold. So, put all of that away. So, platinum, silver, iron, tin. So, crafting, platinum, stuff for summoner, and I already know about the diamond staff. Silver, I already have the staff for. Iron, doesn't look like iron has a staff. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a staff. Tin, I think does, yeah, topaz, but that is 16 very weak, very slow speed, weak knockback, 16% strike chance, uses 3 mana. That's pretty much the same as my sapphire staff. So, not really much. Okay. Well, I need to explore the underground, but I can't explore the underground all that much, since the underground doesn't really have much for me to get. So, let's just build a boss fighting arena so that then I can at least get that done. I could... Since the rubies aren't really used for anything else, just quickly make, if possible... Oh, this chest. One more. Just to get it out of the way. Pop open that chest to make... Well, I'll make 1 star in a bottle. Then, campfire. And... It may seem like a bad idea, but I am going to use a life crystal to make the heart lantern. Because with the heart lantern, that'll supply me with some extra regen. And just checking through to find wood. Make a decent number of platforms. If I got wings, I'd be able to do a bit more. So, this is going to be my main boss fighting arena. I should build it closer to where Manch's house is going to be. But I'm mostly building Manch's player home for me as a, yeah, that's where he lives. That's where his journey will end as he settles down, happy life, a happy end, yada yada yada. That is what I want. So, with that there, let's build up. Just enough. Actually, let's do something more in line with this. If I had nicer materials to build this out of, I would build it out of nicer materials. And not in the dark. Oh, I didn't make that. So, what I forgot to make is a hammer. An important building material for me, seeing as I like having blocks shaped and prefer to have them shaped so that then they don't cause me issues later. Also to take care of back walls. Let me see if I can at least get something figured out. So, for this, I want to turn the ruler on. And I want to measure this out so that then I know roughly how many materials I need. So, 30 seems a bit short. Maybe add another 10. So, 41. So that should be 45. That seems right. Now, if you think that can't possibly be enough space to fight a boss, you're right. I'm going to extend it out another 45. I just use that for a middle point so that then I can place down the fire. So yes, I am the one who started the fire. It wasn't always burning. And I was the one to cause it. I'm not sure how many people will get that. It really depends on musical taste. And now I'm facing the problem of building at night. Mobs spawn, everyone dies. And I'm also worried about building this too far to the left. I mean, I'm not building it too close to the corruption. It would be nice to build this partially on the boundary of the corruption, have like a large box surrounding it so that then the eaters don't get in and I can generally be safe. But then that reduces some of my emergency mobility. We had a star drop nearby. Ooh, a couple of stars. Another mana crystal. 220. Okay, so building up from there. I need to figure out how far down. So that's 14 blocks. Part of me wants to raise this up one higher. But I could just lower the ground one more tile. So that's 6. That's 10. And now that should be 15. And of course, main reason I want to do that is so that I can have it be all nice, evenly spaced and such. And let's not do that and instead place down our main buff item there. That main thing. And yeah, the edges are going to be a bit different with how they are. And yeah, not going to deal with that now. I'm going to deal with this now. Although. And this is kind of inspired by the arena I see Happy Days using a lot for his stuff. And it just seems like a great design for an early build for an arena. It gives you space to move around if you have mobility tools like a hook or wings, if you're lucky and got the fledgling wings. Then everything kind of works out. So let's just quickly head over to the left. Grab this star. Eventually all of you will fall and I get to carry on. I wish I was lucky and got the possibly early water bolt. Now, this might not be enough space for most bosses. I mean, really, it just needs to be enough space for Eye of Cthulhu and King Slime. Since I don't want to use the rope trick, which I think was patched so King Slime could just teleport mid-air. I'm not too sure about that. And if you want to figure it out, definitely look it up. Just because, well, I can't possibly have all the answers. Wow, the enemies really came out of the woodworks. What deity did I offend to cause all these enemies to attack? Or is it like... Or is it a common occurrence for enemies to just swarm when night's approaching its end? Now, if I had some way of having a mana generator, like if I found the star statue, that would be great to have. I mean, I wouldn't be able to use it until I thought Skeletron saved the mechanic. got some of the items that she sells. This is why I don't like being swarmed by enemies. I mean, nobody likes being swarmed by enemies unless, you know, you're the unassuming greatest. So now, that should be this mostly built up. I think I want to do something different for this. Maybe... yeah, maybe something more like that. So it doesn't feel as bulky. But I do need... to get this done. And, oh no, I tore up a grave without checking how I died on it. I'm not worrying about keeping track of all my deaths for other characters. And I mean, I need to tear up the graves eventually just so that then I have it on record how many times I did die, but also then I have the greater task of building a graveyard in every biome, just so that then I can get every possible item an NPC can sell. Since NPCs like the Clother and the Arms Dealer have special things for if, well, they sell certain things based on whether or not they're in the graveyard biome. Like the Clother sells the funeral attire and gravedigger outfit, whereas the Arms Dealer, I believe, sells a special shotgun in hard mode. So that's something to consider when building up NPC housing. Do they get a special bonus for certain things? Like, this might be something nobody ever thinks about, but with the changes to pre and post hard mode stuff, the Witch Doctor will sell the Pygmy necklace pre-hard mode, even if you don't have the Pygmy staff, but he has to be in the jungle for that. But since most people will put him in the jungle, they probably don't think about that as a, oh, I didn't actually know he only sold that if he's in the jungle. Yeah, let's double layer that. Because that'll make it look nicer. Oh yeah, no real reason for the 3 blocks above both sides you would enter from. That's just something to add a bit of style. Yeah, toss that in there. Yeah. I did not grab enough of a refill for my drink. Yeah. Tons of walls, which aren't really going to help all that much. It's just more... then I have the ability to do stuff like that. Which I think, help in making the build look a bit nicer. It adds a bit of depth. What was on the right side again? Yeah. Okay, so I did do it that way. This is why I need the Architect's Gizmo Pack. It's difficult to build without it. Only slightly. For a second I thought I was using a whip, and then it came back to me. Oh yeah, summoners have whips. I do not. And that is something I've been wondering. For some characters, I would love for them to have the bonus option of, hey, let's have a summon. A singular summon, specifically. You know, well, let's dip into Summoner for a bit. It is just, I have to use that class's specific armor and such. And use their specific damage type. But a summon could help in just adding that tiny bit extra damage. Or just adding a nice companion to the character. I need to make a hammer. That's what I needed to do. I can make something out of platinum, but I have more than enough silver. First, again, I thought that said tungsten, and I was about to say, wait, how did I get a tungsten hammer when I made it out of silver? Yeah, I swear I can read. It may not seem like it at points, but I definitely can read. So, it's clearing up this bit of dirt. I have a chance to assess how the arena is, and what I probably need to add to it. Well, if I wanted, I could add a third layer. But I think this is more than enough. I mean, it's probably more than enough for most of the things I'd end up fighting. It's compact. I can technically extend it out further to either the left or the right if I wanted. It more comes down to personal preference on whether or not I feel like I need more space to move around. Personally, I think this is enough, and it's in between two sunflower patches that I set up early on, so that helps. It has everything I need for my character. You know, star in a bottle, heart lantern, fire, so a lot of stuff. I just need buffs, and then I'd probably be good. I mean, for King Slime, mobility is a big factor, but at the same time, the only real thing you need to worry about is being overwhelmed by the tons and tons of slimes that just spawn from damaging him. So if you are to worry about something, it would be that. I mean, obviously, you have to worry about that over anything else, since being overwhelmed by them could mean the difference between dodging the next attack from King Slime or a failed attempt at the boss. And it just helps to manage the slimes when you can. Another thing I could do is do a bit of fishing, solely for the purposes of getting fish for buff potions and such. And yeah, I'm adding extra campfires because I want this to look nice. And I want to be able to make sure I have regen just a bit outside of the arena. Because I know that even though the Heart Lantern and the Star in a Bottle probably won't extend that far out, it's still useful to have regen that's the tiniest bit outside of the arena. Because you never know when you're going to be forced out and have to fight for your life just running across the landscape. I kept forgetting to fill up my bottles. Let's grab some extra flares. Yeah, 75 seem about right. I could leave ladybugs here. Since I'm not really doing any fishing at the moment. I should be doing fishing, but I'm not. What could I should put the mushrooms in with the other potion materials. And I have been putting the other seed types in there. Just as a why not. I can upgrade to better healing and generally make whatever healing I had better. So, that's good. Let's take this mushroom seed. And some mud. And let's quickly make a little patch. Yeah, right on top of the NPC dungeons. Yeah, all the way to the edge. Why not? Place that there, and eventually it'll grow. Now, do we have enough materials to make a crown? Yes, we do. Now, if I make a crown, I don't have too many attempts. Because I essentially have, if I get enough platinum, so if I have 55 platinum, I have 11 attempts at King Slime. Will that be enough? Or do I try and take on Eye of Cthulhu first? I think I need to go to the underground desert. But I have no way of getting to... Actually... No. So, let's just search the skies a bit more, while also traveling to the right to explore the tiniest bit more. Okay, Sky Island for water. That'll be decently good for fishing. And I need to keep moving, otherwise harpies will absolutely annihilate me. Enemy, here they come. So, quick jog across the land, because that should despawn the harpies. another Sky Island. Which it could turn into NPC housing, and the reason I can... Well, goodbye, Horseshoe. I mean, I'm losing defense, and it's melee speed that I'm getting back. But yes, wings, I don't care. That's the Horseshoe effect. Now all I need is a Star Fury. And anybody wondering why a mage would want Star Fury? Simple. It lights up the underground. It allows you to explore without having to dig your way across into an area. It is essentially a free chance to light up areas you haven't seen yet. Plus, I could accidental damage claws and have it be, oh, I just annihilated that enemy. That would have been a problem. Yep. Everything is good. Apparently the right side is where all the amazing stuff that I wanted was. So that in there. Star Fury at the far right. Shop. Sell those. Take care of that. Put the net in there. So now, I have so much more mobility. I could probably take on the Eye of Cthulhu now. Reliably, since wings make a huge difference in combat. I'd need the right amount of buff potions, in which I don't have any regen, but I can quickly grab water, since wings, they help you get around. So now, I can just quickly go off and just grab some water from the underground. I mean, right now they aren't the best, but if I get Frostspark boots, then, oh, it's going to be so good. I'm going to have equivalent mobility to some of the hard mode wings. And my left ear is acting up right now, so. Let us head underground and enjoy our wings, while also taking the time to explore. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Wanda Sparking has an average speed, so its DPS is probably better than that of my other staff. So yeah. There's the staff being used effectively. Or not the staff, the Star Fury being used to explore. And it is so helpful to use it this way. Like, another heart crystal. To add to the growing amount of heart crystals I haven't used. And I will say the one accidental one that I did use has definitely contributed to my survival more than once. Oh wait, what's that? Give me a second. Yeah, heart crystal. Now to handle this the smart way. This way water doesn't get everywhere, and I get to explore a bit more. death. And there's the best part about minecart tracks. You can just kind of phase through blocks if you know what you're doing. And hold on. Well, for some reason on Steam, I'm friends with Monster Energy. I have no clue why. Whoa. Nope. Damn. I jumped in my seat as soon as the flare lit up the wall creeper. I'm okay with spiders. I just don't like it when they suddenly appear out of nowhere. I mean, who does like something appearing out of nowhere and just slapping you in the face? Not much of the night is left, so... And I forget to fill up the bottles. I get so caught up with exploring that I forget. Okay. I have a bunch of mobility. Oh, I just realized another boss I could fight is the Queen Bee, but no. No, that's not going to go well. The Queen Bee will genuinely either kill me in no time, or I will somehow have survived. But it is not going to be a boss that is going to be easy. And okay, now I have to think. If I use 3 heart crystals per boss, that's a max of 15 heart crystals. Alright, and the max health is obtained in 15 heart crystals. That means I only have to fight 5 bosses to get max health. Out of those 5 bosses, you have King Slime, Eye of Cthulhu, your Evil Biome boss, Skeletron, and Queen Bee. And that's what you'd be able to accomplish before Wall of Flesh. So I will have to fight Queen Bee at some point. The question is, when? I kind of wish you could use mushrooms as substitutes for wood in the crafting of torches. But, hey, that would make glowing mushrooms way too good. Okay, let's see a bit what's over here. Well, there's a statue up there for fireflies, I believe. Cave over there. I fell down at the same time as the black slime. I didn't think it would chase after me. Like that. Okay. let's look this over a bit. Head too far to the right, I encounter the jungle. Head too far to the left, haven't really explored. So, let's make our way over to the left. And let's cannibalize a bit of this destroyed house. Oh, that's wall. It genuinely looked like an unlit campfire. Well, I feel a bit like a dunce. Yeah, let's grab as many glowing mushrooms as possible. So, things to consider about exploring this... excuse me. This direction. I'd have to fight my way through possible corruption. So, the big question on my mind right now is, do I need to go through the corruption for anything? At least the underground. And how far does it extend, really? That would be the bigger question. Okay, so room full of water and just room. So let's head over this way. Thankfully, dirt isn't too much of a troublesome material to dig through. Stone is what takes up the majority of time. I planned this stream to be more of a, let's do some exploring, find the marble biome, which shouldn't be that hard to find, right? And then build our character a house. And if we get all that done fast enough, I'll be able to fight 2 bosses. But it seems like Manch probably isn't going to have a house. I laid the groundwork. Just every other part of the house isn't going to be complete. Okay. That. Okay. Oh. I have a way down further. And yeah, I'm being sparing with torches. Don't have too many. And want to conserve as many as possible. So, another room. So, normally I place down the chandeliers after picking them up because I never really think about using them to get more money. But it occurs to me that that was probably not the smartest thing for me to do. Okay, there's stuff further down. Well, time to dig through to there. Okay. Yeah. Ow. Can I? Nope. Doesn't really matter if you turn off the fledgling wings, since they're only really visible when you use them. Okay. So... I can spot the pressure plate for a boulder. I can't spot the pressure plate for a spike trap. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? As you will quickly find, I am absolutely atrocious when it comes to the survival of my character. Well, let's sell what we can. Toss whatever else into a chest. And honestly, at this point, I should probably just make a bucket so that then I can make a grab for water, not forget about it, and place the water up here. So, oh yeah, have to jump. So, easiest source of water, right above me. I should have put a rope down. Actually, about... I would say... yeah, no, right there. This is why I don't leave the mini-map off. I keep it on so that then I can see stuff and... oh. So that then I don't miss things that I would normally miss. Just a bit over to the left would have been perfect. But hey, I can dig through this. It's not that much of a problem. Okay. Water grabbed. Returning to home as fast as possible. Cloud goes there. And now with this bucket of water, I have placed down a lifeline to infinite potions. Since, thankfully, you don't actually use up physical water. Or when filling up water bottles. You can just dunk the water into a small puddle and come out with a full bottle of water and not reducing the puddle size at all. Perfectly reasonable. So, out of everything, I'm gonna have to use stars for these. So, power, mana, couple of regen, shine potion for at night. I have night owl. I have an iron skin. Have that. sort through this quickly. Grab the bonus healing potion. The stronger healing potion. Grab thorns just in case. Mining potion, heart reach, builder. Heart reach wouldn't be that bad for either fight. Danger sense. Hunter. Actually, danger sense probably isn't that useful. Anything else? Feather fall would just cause me problems. Gravitation, clunky to use in a fight. Want to save the heart reach. Yeah. But the only thing that I need to do, and I need to get this done as fast as possible, I am going to make a mad dash to the corruption and open one orb. I held off breaking any orbs just in case the goblin invasion happened. But from the looks of it, the goblin invasion has 3 checks to do. Do you have enough people? Do you have enough health? Did you break an orb? That is from memory. So, if I'm completely wrong, please correct me. Since I don't want to give out any misinformation about how that works. And the goblin invasion is not a fun thing to go through if you aren't prepared. Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot, it's always a musket. So never mind, I'm breaking 2. Wow, my luck is just impeccable. 2 muskets. Exactly what any respectable mage would want. Oh. So, I understand that I can't rely on luck for anything. Which seems about right for me. Well, might as well get rough middle torches so that then I'm not relying on the shine potion for you guys to see. And yeah, I was going to put doors here, but really, I don't think that's too much help. And it mostly be for, like, the goblin invasion and anything else I could actually think of. Oh, where did I put the pig down? Oh, no, did I leave the pig underground? Well, got another pig. That's fine. I can manage. Okay, that off my hotbar so I don't accidentally use it. Not going to be placing torches because, well, why would I place torches mid-combat? Grabbing one of the 2 suspicious-looking eyes. Getting tools out of my hotbar. Potions at the ready. Let's do this! I'm insane! And it's mostly false confidence caused by having wings. I have a much longer range with my staff. And my only fear is not dealing enough damage. Okay. This is where I would have loved to have Bilethorn. It's great at dealing with the eyes, since you just kind of use it, forget, and move on with the fight. I mean, my shortest buff will be the 4 minutes. And running out of mouse space. Of course my dog wants to come in right now. Absolutely perfect timing. Okay. Tried to get as much damage in as possible. Now comes the tricky part. As I do more damage, he's going to start his charges. Yep. I was just able to outrun. Oh. Okay, I need to use the hook in that situation. I mean, I'm not taking too much damage, surprisingly. Oh. Well. I need spam ability. Don't really need range, I just need to spam. Iron Skin is the main reason I'm alive. I can't believe I accomplished that. Yay, 2 heart crystals. Life crystals, I mean, but who cares? I accomplished one goal. Beat a boss. Oh, it feels so nice. And, well, there's the mask. If I was going after masks, that would be amazing. Armored Shield of Cthulhu, yes. I would definitely replace, oh, but that's warding. That's one more. Who cares, though? Mages, they're glass cannons. If you're worrying about one defense on a mage, then you probably have other issues. Okay, so. Got that put away. Other stuff done. That put away. You, my friend, can have these unholy arrows. Don't really have enough time to fight him again. I mean, what am I saying? No, it would cut it too close. I can't actually fight him again. And I thought about it for the briefest of seconds. And it came down to, would I be able to take him out before 4:30? Because that's when day breaks and any nighttime only bosses and enemies leave. And as such, I wouldn't be able to take on another Eye of Cthulhu. And there's no real reason to. Refights don't count to increase my health. And out of everything, Refights are only really there for if I want to get the trophy, if I want money, or if I want to try and essentially re-roll something for accessories. But now I have more health to play with. I have more options. And I'm less likely to die. Huzzah. So, let's just quickly head deep underground. Try and find that damn marble biome. And knowing my luck, it's probably close to the dungeon. Just what it's probably going to be. If that wasn't as close as it was to the explosive, I'd probably use that detonator to mine up a large amount of stuff. Oh. That chest could hold something very valuable. Or not. The likelihood of it just being some random tat. It is equally as likely as being something that I'd actually use or need. The clay is nice. I can make more planters. I kind of wish you could make the specific planter. Okay, shoe spikes. Earlier on, that would have been nice just for the arcane. Right now, if something has arcane, it's just a... I mean, that's nice. Not really that useful to me, personally. Just because... I'm not going to say, oh, I can 100% take off my Shield of Cthulhu or Nature's Gift just for that. I mean, 20 mana, that beats out the 5 defense I'm getting from the shield, or the 6% reduced mana regen from the flower. And, same clause for Shield of Cthulhu as everything else. Also, for if I deal damage with it. Because I know the dash does damage, and I will be using the dash a lot for mobility. So, if it comes down to it, I'm probably going to dash to try and get away from an enemy. And as such, I'm going to hit them in the process. Not on purpose, but definitely something that, if I were to, say, any damage that isn't magic, like, either on accident or on purpose, I'd have to do something, like some sort of rite of penance. Or a forgiveness dance. Something. I have no clue. Honestly, I'll just take it as, with all the times I've accidentally hit enemies with my tools and such, I count that as just, I never meant for that. That's not the main reason I hit them. I was either mining or... Probably more likely there was a lapse in judgment and just went, oh hey, I'm still early game, I don't have good equipment. Just hit them with the pickaxe and be done with it. Since I'm used to doing that as a, well, I need to push them away. Okay. I'm relatively close to the surface, so I probably need to dig down a bit more. Oh. I don't have torches. Why do I always not have torches? Okay, well. Actually, glow sticks. Huzzah, you're actually useful for once. You're more expendable than my flares. So, here's how I normally deal with water. What you just saw? That's how I normally deal with it. At the hole, just keep digging down, eventually dig a side path so that then I don't either waste a glow stick or a flare or whatever I'm using to dig with. Okay. Some sand. Not necessarily, he's saying that there's a desert underground, but is definitely telling me that there's sand. And maybe something nice, like an ocean biome chest. Because I've just found those completely outside of water every now and then. Surprisingly, the Terraria stream, much more content in it than my Monster Hunter. Just because, I think with Terraria, there's a lot more for me to do on stream that continues to further the goal. Like for this, it's mostly going to be me searching for a marble biome. And if it comes down to it, I will search off-screen for the marble biome. Just so that then it's done, over with. I found it, I know where it is. If interesting things happen during the search, I will just have it be, like, a supplementary video on my YouTube channel. Since I use my YouTube channel mostly for keeping the oldest stream VODs I have, so that people could enjoy, you know, the first moments I've ever had with streaming. Except for the very first moment, which is lost to time, space, ether, pretty much everything. Since, yay, I didn't set anything up for Twitch beforehand. Okay. Oh, please. Okay. So, where am I? Wow, I'm not even that far in. I'm guessing there's just enough sand that it counts as a desert biome because it's normally caverns and the purity is overridden by everything else. Except space. Space it blends with. Moving around in water is so irritating. Yeah. Only have that kind of stuff. Yeah, not much to go off of from cavern formations. one sticky bomb. Since I can't really make torches, so... Okay, let's see about anything around here. Okay. Okay, so there's stuff down and to the left. So let's just continue that way for a bit. At the 4-hour mark, or, you know, 10 a.m. I'm gonna stop the stream because, well, that's when I stop, and I don't want to overextend. Since I'm still figuring out the schedule, I just put up a schedule I thought worked for me as well as anybody who would enjoy watching my stream. Okay, yeah. I need to start going down. Because I started going left, and that led me to the corruption. And I was getting closer and closer, and I could break one more shadow orb, which would then spawn the boss, and instead of fighting it, I would run away. Yep, just full on pull a Joestar and run the immediate opposite direction. And I guess it would be more of a part 2 Joestar thing, since part 1, you ran towards the danger. Part 3, continuing to run towards the danger, not actually running at all. Or more just, let's just keep going. Part 4, I mean, you got a murder mystery there. Part 5 is just the Mafia. Just the Mafia. Why is it that every time I explore, and I'm not searching for something, it appears? Oh, I have torches. Hallelujah. Okay, so I'm not going to play the game of digging diagonally. I'm just going to dig down. More torches. Perfect. Let's inspect the side path. Watery. Okay, further down it is. The one time I would like to use glow sticks, and I can't even use them because I have flares, which are more useful since you can light up a larger area with them. They stick to walls. Actually, I'm not sure if you do light them up, or light up a larger area with them. Ah, that's something I should check. Okay. Okay. Well, the one that just kept going went for a while. Oh. Okay. Well, ain't this fun? Can't find a bloody marble biome to save my life. But in trying to find one for summoner reasons, I can't ever find a spider biome. It's like with the whole enchanted sword thing. Just... Come on. Thank you for the gold chandelier and the bunch of suspicious eyes. How grateful of you. Oh, please stop throwing spiders at me. Well. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me. Please, just... I don't want any silk. I have plenty at home. There was a time when I was surprised by how much silk you needed. And then when it became less of a surprise, it just came down to more, wow, spiders are irritating to fight in Terraria. Okay, Dead Man's Chest. I would like to not die in a cave. Oh, you... Please! I just want to progress. I want to explore. I want to not set off that chest because it's just death waiting for me. And another underground mushroom biome. Why am I not surprised? That is surprising to me, though. The amount of underground mushroom biomes that are in this world. And it could just be that they're all nestled relatively close. You got, what, 3 in relatively close proximity? I mean... Yep, there's the accidental damage clause for that. Kind of forgot all projectiles move slower underwater. Okay. Dig down enough so that then I can funnel water out of there. And then just continue to the left. Okay. Well, that kept going. What are the chances that I'll find it? Right next to the mushroom biome, the marble biome. Yeah, probably the same chances of me finding 2 spider biomes merged together into one to make one giant spider biome that's only divided by a tiny, tiny wall. That happened. That happened in my summer run on my old computer. And it was strange. Just the whole... Well, now I have tons of spider biome. let's turn it into one giant mob farm. Just farm both spider stuff and non-spider stuff. That's easy. Well, the chances of me finding a mushroom, not mushroom, I've already found that 3 times. The chances of me finding a marble biome in 20 minutes is not too great. Well, at least I know I'm pretty good for life crystals. Okay, just need to get to the dirt, and then it's that slight bit easier for a short amount of time. Come on. I should have brought a mining potion with me. I saved it specifically for this point. Okay, that looks like a ruby tree. Thank you for your contribution to my mana pool. That is why the wand of sparking is probably better than my sapphire staff. Their damage is almost even. The wand of sparking applies a status ailment. It's faster to use. The only downside is it has no knockback. I mean, it's also cheaper. Sorry, it felt like something was crawling into my ear. I'm not sure why that happens. It's this odd sensory thing that happens every now and then, and I find it extremely uncomfortable. It's just not in any way great. Okay, we got a glowing moss biome. That's pretty good. I mean, not for anybody who doesn't care about moss, but I really care about moss. It's great. Moss is one of the best natural bits of plant life around. I'm a good that. I just kept walking and only registered it as soon as I'm out of danger. I realize what happened and how lucky I am, but also how oblivious I am. Bugger off. You split into tinier slimes. I don't like when you split into tiny slimes. It makes it difficult to manage. Okay, how good is this area? not too good. So, yeah. I mean, no point in not returning to the base. Especially since I should get a starter home built. I can do that in the amount of time that I have. Oh wait, that is potion materials. Nope, sell those. Put the shoe spikes in there. A gem corn, if I could stop bringing that bottle, would be nice. But the gem corn can go in there. And I don't actually put it away. Still haven't put it away. There we are. Drop that to there. Store the money. And yeah, let's get a little starter home going. It won't take that long. I have a decent chunk of time left, actually. Yeah, 13 minutes. As long as I don't get too artsy with it, it should be nice. And of course, this is the world where I'm doing more modern buildings, so artsiness is going to be there, except for the purity housing. I think I'd like that to be more simplistic, or at least a bit more natural. Like, I want to have the guide in like a small... Yeah, I think the guide in a small library makes sense. So let's grab some building materials. And whatever I have left over from other stuff. Where are the bricks? They disappeared. Oh, they're probably in the pig, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Yeah. So, don't need Star Fury in my inventory right now. And let's get to building. So, assemble starter home. I don't normally go big. And I think, because of how flat this area is, I'm not going... I could use a lot of it. And I'll just set up a little platform area for the next house, which will be the merchant. Because I like having NPC housing actually match the NPC, rather than have it match the character. Since, well, the character's not really the one using the housing, and I guess it makes more... excuse me. More sense to me that, well, the NPC probably hired someone to build up their shop or building, and yeah, accidental use of the Shield of Cthulhu. Didn't damage the enemy, but damaged me. As I was saying, like, the merchant would live wherever you tell him, because that's what the game decides. But for the player personally, yeah, they have a house that's specific to them. Yeah. Let in by one. Up. Leave room for doors. And I can use that fancy dynasty wood. Which I don't remember which chest. I chucked it in here. Yeah. And I like how dynasty wood looks for flooring. So I'm going to use it as flooring for this. Not going to use it as the main walls, just as flooring. So, up one, across. And this is where a nice design idea came in. I can do this, and then, well, continue that up, have window, and then have, let me just do this. I can have that on both sides, which, if I was, actually, let's use stone there, and then have a nice big window over there, with a nice small one over here. Plan out area for the roof. Yeah, that should be enough space. And yeah. Let's go from here down. Have that going across. This will be a tiny room. Actually, move it over one. Have space right there. And then I have access to the attic, which I think I want to have a nice in-between layer of wood. Yeah, that should be high enough. Then I just need to furnish it, which I can use that and that. And I can grab glass quickly. There. So, out of everything, walling this up is going to be a bit interesting since it's simpler, and I want to add some nice flair to it. So yeah, that feels about the right size for a window. Upstairs windows for there. Whoops. And there. I think I want to replace that. Like down here it's more wood walls. Up here it's stone walls with wooden interior walls. Then up here it's going to be the planked wall stuff you get from the underground areas. But hey, it's just a starter home, so I don't have to put too much effort into it. I do need stone, and I need the crafting bench. I'll just make another one quickly. Make a dresser. Make planked walls. Oh, I already... Well, I can move that as decoration into an NPC's house. Didn't realize I already had... that. Now, the only downside is I don't really have much in the way of adding to this. Like, I want to add a bit more interest to the upper floor. And yeah, for right now, the entrance to the attic will just be that platform. Get this in place. Use some cobwebs, fill it up with some crafting stations I probably won't use, or some extras. Have that moved over to there, so it's like it was pushed away into the corner. Have that there. Quickly. Yeah, let's make some dynasty wood walls. Let's have a nice difference of color. Yeah, I think that makes it feel a bit more like a home, rather than a place for an NPC to end up living and never seeing anywhere else ever again. So I guess the bottom is more an homage to standard Terraria, whereas the upper part is more what I want to build. Like, kind of bridging the gap between the two. So yeah, let's grab that. Make up 5 bits of silk. Make our standard bed, not a glass bed, not dynasty. Actually, the dynasty sofa looks like a queen-size bed facing the camera. So that could be a good idea if you want to save some space for a bed and not actually have a bed. So there we go. It's a bit cramped in there, but I don't really worry about that. And of course, I don't have the nice dungeon doors that I would use. So instead you got that. Let's place some torches up. And this technically counts as 2 whole rooms. And if you wanted, you could add a chair to the attic. So you have that as an option. So for right now, I'm just going to have the guide there. Whoever moves in, moves in. Let's add some nice cobwebs in here. Yeah, the difficulty is if you're placing down the cobwebs, you don't really have much room to move yourself. But I think it adds. Oh, forgot, can't place wherever the hook is. Or at least not too close. There we go. So now it looks like an abandoned attic. And I can't leave well enough alone. I have to give a proper attic door, which in this case would be a trapdoor. Not there. In here, I have all the materials I need. Where are you? There we are. Trapdoor for the attic, which makes our guide house complete. And I eventually changed the guide's house over to the zoologist's as a way of switching out characters and freeing up the guide to live anywhere I need him to. The guide is a mobile NPC in my opinion, and I will be putting him with the mushroom. once hard mode happens, solely so that then I don't have to worry about building with the mushroom in mind, and will I be able to get enough materials? Will I get enough materials so that then I can build up the house, get everything else sorted, and more importantly, use the pylon. The pylon is the most important part. If I can't use that, then it's not worth having the mushroom there. Oh yeah. Blue Dynasty shingles. I almost forgot I need to finish up the house. I didn't give it a proper roof. So, what I normally do is instead of using regular wood, I just use more shingles and have the roof be a lot thicker. Which I think I like more than having the wood in between. Since generally it makes it look more like a proper roof. And all I need to do is hammer the edges. I would have added a fireplace, but generally I don't try to build that in. It's a pain to try to fit in with everything else. Just for me. And voila, the guide house is done. Yeah, off stream I'm going to record myself searching for the marble biome as well as building Manch's house, so you guys get to see how that looks before the next stream next week. Anyway, I will be ending the stream now. Went a few minutes over time. That's fine. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed. For those of you watching on YouTube, please check me out on Twitch. You get the live experience. And you get the chat. And I'm trying my best to respond to anybody who asks a question in chat or talks in chat, whatever. So far, not really anybody's talked in chat, but and until the story is done, you'll only be able to see the bits of story I write if you show up live. Otherwise, once the story's over, I am going to, on the stream VOD for the final episode, for the final part of Manch's journey, I will be including a link to the Google Doc with his entire story. For those of you on Twitch who want to see some of the older stream VODs that Twitch hasn't kept, I have a YouTube channel. Oh, and you can find that at youtube.com/morningyou. And that's pretty much just for the old stream VODs. But I will be adding some videos of non-streaming moments. Mostly, if I think it's worthy to do an off-stream grind session or just need to get material. Like in the case of Manch's home. I need to gather up the supplies to, 1, build the home, and 2, I need to wait for the painter to show up. Because otherwise, nothing will look nice. So, anyway, once again, I hope you've enjoyed. And I wish you a great rest of the day. Goodbye.